Get our committee hearing started. Want to welcome everyone to our committee hearing today for the Senate Study Committee on Combating Chronic Absenteeism in Schools. This is meeting number 4 for us, and I want to thank the presenters that we're going to hear from a little bit later. Thank you for what you're sharing in your expertise and your opinions, and thanks for traveling. I want to thank the public also for attending either the hearing here or dialing in remotely, and the interest that I think is a growing interest and a continued focus on a problem that I truly think is a crisis, hidden crisis very much in our public school system. And then I want to thank very sincerely my committee members that have spent a lot of time on working on this committee. And as I've said before, each of the ones on this committee specifically asks to be on it, knowing that it was going to be a lot of work. So I'm going to ask our committee members. Senator Kemp, I'll start with you and just introduce yourself and as we get started.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Rashawn Kemp, Senate District 38. I represent portions of Fulton counties from Sandy Springs and Atlanta all the way down to Fairburn, Union City.
Good afternoon, State Senator Freddie Powell Sims from Southwest Georgia. I have 13 counties that I represent. And once upon a time, I was a middle school principal. So a lot of this is very familiar. It was familiar then, and it's even more important now that we take a look at it. Because I visited quite a few homes during that time via the resource officer. We just get in the old car and go chug a look to somebody's house to see what was going on. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Chairman.
Well, thank you, sir. It's great to be here. I'm Billy Hickman, Senate District 4, which is Evans County, Candler County, Bullock County, Effingham County, and part of Chatham County. Just great to be here, and thank you for cheering this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
what do we call you now, by the way? You're part of this committee, but
Just don't call me late for supper. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Hey, y'all. I'm Sean Still. I represent Fulton, Forsyth, and Gwinnett counties, and very happy to be here.
Great. Thank you. And I'm John Kennedy, and I have the privilege of representing the 18th District, which is about half of Bibb County, the northern quarter or so of Houston, and all of Monroe, Peach, Crawford, and Upson counties. And have the privilege of getting to chair this committee, something that is touching on a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, as it is for everyone you see. One more shout out and welcome. Everyone here is special. Thanks for being here. But a special thank you to Ms. Joanne Hickman. Thank you. I see you are here, and this is not the first committee hearing you have attended, and thank you for that. So I want to just make a few comments and then we're going to move right on. It's been a very busy summer and fall for all of us, and our study committee has really continued to dig deeper into the root causes of chronic absenteeism in our schools. And today, I'm really excited and I've been looking forward to this. We're going to turn our focus to potential improvements and solutions. I mean, ultimately, that's the work of this committee, and we have tried to inform ourselves as a precursor to then talking about what solutions might be available. We're going to hear from 3 organizations doing some really important work in this space. First of all, from Communities in Schools in Georgia, presented by Carol Lewis, the president and CEO. Thank you for being here. We're next going to hear from Character Strong, presented by Sarah Quinn Matthew, the director of National Partnerships. And then finally, we're going to hear from Cartwheel Care, presented by Dr. Juliana Chin, the Chief Medical Officer, and Julian Kelton, Director of the District Engagement. As a reminder to the public and to our committee, this is our final meeting. After this hearing, after hearing from the presenters and the speakers today, our committee is going to take a brief recess, and then we're going to convene shortly after that, probably 45 minutes or so, and we will have a discussion of the recommendations on the table and hopefully an adoption of certain of those recommendations that will then inform and populate our report that will finalize the work of the committee. So with that, if anything preliminary from our committee members, I don't see anything, then we'll get started. Ms. Lewis, would you please come forward? Actually, if you could, yes, ma'am, wherever you would like. It may be more comfortable to sit, but if you'd rather stand, that's totally up to you. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. And before you begin, I think I have told you this and I've told others, but my wife used to work with communities in schools. And she had such a incredibly wonderful experience when she was working there and assigned to one of the schools in Macon. And I have, from that, I have pretty good firsthand knowledge of some of the really good things Ms. Lewis at Communities in Schools does. So thank you for being here. Thanks for the good work y'all have already done, and we look forward to hearing from you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it is my honor and privilege to be able to present Communities in Schools. As you said, I remember your wife worked for CIS, but I've been part of Communities in Schools. This is my 25th year as part of the state office, but about my 31st year as being part of Communities in Schools. So I started as a local program and a local volunteer, which I think part of our undergirding of Communities in Schools was so important, is the work that our volunteers do to be able to help to make sure our students are successful. Again, my name is Carol Lewis. I am President and CEO of Communities in Schools Georgia. And I thank you for allowing us to talk about being present matters. This is a campaign that Communities in Schools launched right after our students returned to school after COVID. When we saw about a huge decrease in the number of students returning to school when schools re-entered. Our mission, if we go to the next slide. The mission of Communities in Schools is to surround students with the community support, empowering them to stay in school and prepare for life. It doesn't work.
We're having some technical difficulties. Let's take a minute and make sure. Okay.
Now it's working.
Does that work now? Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, our mission, as I stated, is to be able to surround our students with a community of support. CIS does not exist without the community, and we do not exist without partnerships with our schools. On to them. Thank you. I don't know which direction on these. Okay, thank you. At Communities in Schools, we believe that every child, no matter their circumstances, their address, we want them to be able to reach their full potential. Across the nation, we are a part of a national organization that ensures that students be able to meet their full potential. In 2023, we reached, as a national organization, over 3,400 schools. In the state of Georgia, we are reaching 245 schools across the state. We are both an urban, rural, and suburban program. Our model fits across no matter what that community looks like. We even changed our name from Cities in Schools to Communities in Schools because every child lives in some type of a community, whether it's a farming community. I grew up on a dirt road. That was a community, or whether it's an urban community housing, more densely populated housing. The way we work is that we are the largest practitioner of what's called integrated student support services or wraparound support services in the country. We're serving 29 states, and including the District of Columbia. We're very fortunate in the state of Georgia to be able to serve 41 counties across the state of Georgia and 46 school districts. You go to the next. Thank you. And this is what we do. As I said, we're a national organization. We don't look at zip codes. We look at what our students need and the potential for them to succeed. Go to the next slide. This is what the Georgia network looks like. We serve 16 independent 501c3 affiliates, and then we serve under the state office 19 subsidiary organizations. And in 41 counties, 46 school districts, serving 214 schools and 2 community-based sites. This does not include the city, this does not include the Atlanta, these numbers do not include Atlanta. That information comes a little bit later. Our model is an evidence-based or evidence-supported connection with students, and connecting the students with a caring adult. And community resources. We vet our community resources to help our students learn. One of the unique parts of the CIS model is that we not only assess what the resources are and the needs of the students, but also what the resources are in the community to answer the needs of the students, and then vet those resources to bring them inside the schools where the students are for the majority of their day, and making sure that the right resources answering the right needs of our students. Let me go to the next one. The challenge in Georgia, I know you've heard this over and over and over again, and you know it better than I do. We're looking at 350,000 students who have not been at school for 10 or more days. What that means is that they're not sitting in seats, they're not learning, they're not interacting with their peers, but they're getting further and further behind. A child learning to read and missing that many days of school, it's almost impossible to say that they're going to be ready for the next grade level and be able to be successful. So our goal is, how do we make sure that our children are showing up? So we reduce the graduation, or increase the graduation rate, and reduce improve the test scores, and also improve work readiness for our students. We go to the next one. Over 15 million students were chronically absent in the U.S., but in Georgia, as he said, you know the stats, it's over 20%. And we can go to the next. So let's talk about the root causes of absenteeism, because sometimes people say, well, is it just, I didn't feel like getting out of bed this morning, or is it something more, not to say sinister? Sometimes it's simple as I didn't feel like getting out of bed this morning, but sometimes it may be an alarm clock. It's things like not having the basic needs. I was extremely surprised as we begin to disaggregate our data. We increased graduation rates for young women by simply being able to provide period products. Because if you have a large family, something, as my sons told me, I was very first world in my thinking, is that you make an assumption that if there's 5 girls in a family, that everybody's good. That's not necessarily the case. People are making decisions like, do I buy groceries, or do I buy period products? Do I buy medicine? What's the choices I have to make? And sometimes those are hard choices. So also thank you for investing in, for being able to provide support services for our young women, because that helps to reduce absentee rates, because you can almost pinpoint to the day of when some girls are missing school, and it adds up over time. But lack of transportation. If you miss a bus in a rural community, how do you get to school? If you miss a bus or don't have funding for a bus in some of our urban areas, how do you get to school? Trauma. Not only do our students come out of COVID in trauma, they've lost parents, they've lost grandparents, they've lost a safe place to live, with some of the challenges and with being able to pay for housing, parents losing jobs, but also the trauma of everyday life, bullying, all kinds of things that children are facing and having to manage through. Those traumas will allow a child to either be sick or not be able to show up for school. Housing insecurity, food insecurity is a real challenge. Every single CIS organization that we have provides food, some type of food programming. That's something, if I had stood here 10 years ago and I would have said that wasn't the case, today it is an absolute necessity. They're purchasing food from partners such as food banks, or doing food drives to ensure that kids have food over the weekend, or at least being able to meet the end of the month needs. The lack of access to technology. We all see kids run around with a phone, but nobody realizes that phone is sometimes just a prop, or it just has some minutes on it, but they look successful. They look like everybody else. So yes, they're going to carry that phone. They're going to have it in their pocket. But the thing is that they may not have access to technology. They may not have access to internet services. We've all been on internet programming where we've frozen up. How about not having access at all? So you're not connected with your peers. You're not able to do homework. You're not able to be able to provide, do the research that you need to do your homework. So you're staying at home. And then no access to mental and physical health care. We know there's a shortage of healthcare providers across the state of Georgia, and CIS has answered that need, not being that we're healthcare providers, but ensuring that our site coordinators are able to provide some level of contact and support and referral to understand, to be able to ask the right questions, to be able to provide support services to our students. And then having housing responsibilities such as childcare. During COVID, many of our students, especially our older students, became caregivers. They became taking care of grandparents, caring their siblings, as parents had to get out and work, and that continues. Also, students work. They are now contributing to the economic viability of their families. And so these are some of the reasons that why our students are not coming back to school. Parents also finding it sometimes is an inconvenience to get them up, and especially if you're looking at our elementary school, to get them in school. And then sometimes our schools are just not a welcoming place for our kids or our parents. If a parent hasn't had a really good experience with school, they're less likely to come and ask for help and support, and then they're less likely to encourage their child to come into a school site. So we need to work on both sides of the issue. So what's our solution? We base our what we do is based on the evidence. It's based on research. We have CIS, communities and schools on a national level, we've opened ourselves up on more than one occasion to evidence-based research, to be able to be looked at, as they say, pull the curtains back and really take a hard look, let the whole sunshine in, and look at the model that we have. That's why you see the structure of our current model is that we do school-wide support services. We provide short-term intervention, and then what we call case managed services, looking at there are issues that every child may have a challenge with. Then there are issues that may be episodic, that something happens, we help them, we deal with it, and they move on, they never need us again. And then there are other students who need more long-term support. All of that is based on the evidence. It's based on also the work that we do, and we said, let's hold on to the best practices of what we do as communities and schools. The National Center for Educational Statistics reports that students in schools with positive climates are 50% more likely less likely to be chronically absent. So our goal is to make sure that the tiers of support that we provide are ensuring that the climate in a school is positive, that their interactions with adults, at least one adult during the day, is positive, and also that they're able to help teachers provide maybe even taking a child out of a classroom to be able to calm down, relax, so they can go back into the classroom and learn without disrupting the entire class. Johns Hopkins University, the Everyone Graduates Center, also identified the teacher student relationship and positive behavior supports, such as CIS, is consistent with school level factors associated with attendance improvement. Next. So every day, students miss school, the opportunities slip away. The communities and schools, we stand ready to be a partner with the state to ensure that every child, every student is present, supported, and ready for the future. It is our goal, let me go to the next. It is our goal as we look at integrated student supports, how we work to ensure that our Tier 1 school-wide support services are available for attendance campaigns and incentives to be able to keep students identifying the issues at the school site level. We sit on part of the school teams. We report back to the school on our progress. We take referrals from not only from our teachers, our counselors, our schools. We also take referrals from our students, our parents, peers have also referred other students to communities and schools because sometimes they won't tell an adult, they'll tell their peers. And then our targeted case management, as I said earlier, targeted programs, interventions are for small groups of students. That's mentoring, family contact, making sure that families are supported. We've also increased our family engagement, probably more so than I've seen any other time, because it's not just one child. It may be a sibling in elementary. We may intervene with a child in middle school, and then we have a high school student, and we have an elementary school, or we have a parent who's looking for work and they need help and support. So it becomes a whole family support system. And then the more intensive one-on-one, this means this has to last. We have what we call dosage data that says that you have to interact with the child over a certain length of time. It has to be at least 8 weeks for when we talk about intensive case management support services. And these are wraparound support services. This is a detailed plan for that student, and we track the data on those students. So you'll see when we talk about the interventions, we talk about those are case managed students. So we track everything from attendance, grade, behavior, and parent engagement on those students. In FY25, the key outcomes for students that are served by Communities and Schools Georgia Network. And as I said, we are a network. We served over 120,000 students across the state of Georgia, including case managing over almost 9,000 students that are high risk. 72% of our chronically absent students improved attendance. You have the detailed data by county that was in front of you. 77% improved academic performance. 88% show better behavior. 98.6% high school students stayed in school, and 95% of our elementary school students improved grades. So just a couple of lessons that we've learned. It translates into what I guess what we talked about was relevant for policy is that chronic absenteeism decreases when interventions address the root causes, not just putting a Band-Aid on it, but understanding why a child is not there. And we try to make sure we understand the why. Integrated student supports can be embedded within an attendance review team mandated by Senate Bill 123. We can leverage Communities and Schools statewide network to ensure continuity. We track our data and data tracking and equity in service delivery, that we're able to provide a level of service and a level of quality of service, no matter what your address is. The Communities and Schools of Georgia network makes a positive impact for our graduating seniors, 96.6% of seniors graduating. And please understand that every student that is referred to Communities in School is on track for school failure. We don't get kids who are, international baccalaureate students, so who are college ready. We get students that someone has identified that there's a challenge in their life that is going to cause them to fail. We approximately 99% of CIS students were promoted and stayed in school, and 72% of students who were chronically absent improved their attendance. We know CIS works. There is, and I don't yet have, but there is a study that we're very excited about that's coming out fairly soon, where Harvard has looked at the work of Communities and Schools and said we also are contributing economically to the betterment of our schools, of our states that we're in. And I'm very excited about any questions that you might have for me, be able to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. This is very, very interesting. I appreciate it so much. So, I've noticed the list of schools that Communities and Schools are in.
Yes, sir.
I guess y'all are invited into those schools?
Yes, sir.
How does that work? And then tell me, then the second part of that is how are y'all funded?
Beautiful question. Thank you so much for asking that question, Senator
okay.
Hickman. Communities and Schools, we're a nonprofit, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Every time we replicate, or what we call start a new program, we have to be invited by the school board, the superintendent, and also the principal has to want to engage with CIS. We do a cost share model for Communities and Schools. We are very fortunate to be one of very few states in the nation where our legislative body has invested in Communities and Schools, where we have funds that we pass through to our local affiliates. But the school district invest. We also raise local private donations from both foundations and individuals, from events, to be able to have site coordinators being paid in a living wage. And also, so we are able to recruit the best and brightest to be able to pay them to be able to provide services in schools. So we're a public-private funded organization across the country. Across the state of Georgia.
So this handout
Yes, sir.
says Bibb County. Does that mean that y'all were invited into every school in Bibb County or just particular schools, or how does that work?
We target the highest need schools. We particularly target either Title I schools, and the schools identify the highest risk schools
Okay.
for us. But we may go into, for example, when we went into Augusta, we identified a list of schools that we would target, and then then the principals had to agree to open the doors to CIS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Senator Kemp, what number are you, sir? Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation and the work that you all do. I see the signs every time you get off the airplane or in the airport. You
Yeah.
get to see the communities and schools banners as you're going down the escalator, and it just rings even more true of the impactful work that you all are doing. So thank you so much for what you're doing. To piggyback off of Chairman Hickman, are there any hurdles that kind of stop y'all from being able to be in more schools or partnering with more school districts? Is it funding, or is it capacity, or is it folks not inviting and wanting to work? I'm just curious about maybe expanding this, because you all are doing such great work, and so much of what you touched on in what you all are doing is what we've heard throughout this whole process of hearing from folks, in terms of creating a school culture and having an adult in the schools that children can relate to and know that that's their safe space. So curious to know if there's any hurdles that prevent y'all from expanding and even having the far reach than the 245 schools that you're in.
We always say money,
Okay, yeah.
but it's not only that, because right now we have more opportunity than we have capacity. So if I want, for example, if I want to go into a school, it means that I have to start this year to be able to do it, to be able to go into that school in the fall, to identify the resources, to be able to pay that site coordinator, get included in the school budget, then be able to match that. Because we match funds with our school districts, a third from the school district, the funding that comes through our state legislature, and then we raise the other third of funds. It's either local or local foundation or some type of local match. That way we try to maintain stability, that if one pot of money goes away, that you don't just, the whole program doesn't go away. So that we found that was easier than having something that's 100% federally funded or 100% state funded or 100% locally funded, that we have kind of a mix of funding. And that's what we work toward, is being able to have that. But it is the opportunity is sometimes it's very difficult to find the right adult, because I'd rather have no one than the wrong person in front of a child that's not committed, and also not willing to do the work at the level, because we will never pay them at the level of the work that they do. Just like a teacher, they never, if you pay them, they'll be making $1 million a year for what they do. And the same thing with our site coordinators.
Great. Thank you.
Senator Still.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. For all the schools, all the work that y'all do, is there like an average cost per child? I know it can be high, low, depending on when you have to engage, and if you're engaging a freshman year, senior year, getting them across the finish line. But do y'all have kind of just a rough number per child of what it takes to get them all the way through to graduation?
And I'm going to look at Jamie and see if you remember what that is.
Varies based on the tier and the grade level. I'm happy to follow up with that information. Let me see if I can.
Yes, I know we have.
Thanks.
Okay. But in order for us to be able to place a site coordinator, to place a site coordinator in a school, that's around $90,000.
Wow.
And that's split between, and that includes their training, their salary. We have worked very hard over the last several years to ensure that they have benefits, but that's health insurance, retirement, because we want to ensure that we're also able to bring in a person that has at minimum a bachelor's, and we really look for a master's level in one of either the social sciences or in education. So.
Great.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. Chairman Hickman.
Across the whole board, if you had would you tell us in your mind what you think probably is the top two reasons why children are chronically absent in school? I know, I appreciate the list, and I agree with every one of the items on the list. What would you say is number one, number two, or just the top two that y'all run into in Georgia?
It's usually basic needs, and it's having some, and safety issues around, when I say safety, I'm talking about both in school and out of school. Basic needs are simple things as having clean clothes to be able to come to school, having food, not being hungry or not having to contribute, food, clothing, shelter. Those are, just the basics, where people are having challenges. If they're underemployed, if they're unemployed, if they're having to move from place to place, that's stability, that's safe, that's sort of safety. Those are some of the main issues that we've seen that have addressed, that we work to try to address. Because I see when I get students, it's because they have a huge need when they're coming into our program.
Well, we all remember when we were in school, there was a huge amount of peer pressure on who had the Izod shirts on versus those of us that could not afford the Izod shirts. So I guess that still is continuing forward now.
And just think about if you're a young person in school and you've had to sleep in the same clothes and come to school in those clothes, and your peers are going to pick on you because, your baby brother wet the bed, you know what you smell like, and you're having to sit in class all day. They're going to try to find a way not to be there.
Wow.
So, and that happens regularly. So, that is, the lived experience of many of our students. I have just a young man right now who is an adult who went through our program, and he would, catch rainwater in order to wash his clothes. Our site coordinators have, made partnerships with sometimes if they don't have access to a washer and dryer, they will make partnerships with the athletic director to be able to take the kids in to get a shower and wash their clothes. And we keep clothes. I have a site, one of our directors now is asking, partners in the community to do clothing drives of socks, underwear, and detergent. Quarters. They do quarters in a medicine bottle so people can go to the laundromat and wash clothes. So that's the lived reality of many of our students. And it's a challenge that they face on a day-to-day basis. Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Senator, did you want? Yes.
Quickly,
Okay, Chairman, Senator Sims.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I've been elevated. What is your level of parental involvement? Because a lot of these sound as if they originate from within the home. And want to also say that in Dougherty County, a lot of the schools have washers and dryers. They have clothing closets for the children. So when they don't even go to the classroom in the morning. They come directly to the school assistant principal, or there's a parent coordinator there. And
In the parent
they-
resource centers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get what they need before they go and mix and mingle in the student population. So how much parental involvement do you get?
Every parent has to give us permission to work with their students.
Okay.
Every single parent, because we cannot work for that student. We're a third party. We can't go into schools and gain access to their information. But we also work with parents. We would do things like parent cafes, because again, when I had my kids, there was no little booklet that came with them and say, hey, these are the things you need to do. And many of our parents have not had models, role models, or in the community, because grandparents are still working. They're still working. Some are very young parents, but giving them an opportunity to one, to see how to help them how to interact with schools, what questions sometimes to ask, and understand that they have a right to ask questions about their students. And then the way to come to a school, when to make an appointment, to show up for their appointments, help them get to their appointments if necessary. That's one of the nice things about communities and schools, that we are free to be able to move in and out of in a school where we're not locked into the school day. We can leave school and go and have a conversation with a parent. But the parent, all parents have to be involved. Parent or guardian have to give us permission. And we also give back to them what's going on with their student, how they can help their student. What are some of the things and issues that that they're seeing at home? Because they may think their child is going to school and nobody's telling them until the end of the marking period
Right.
that Johnny hadn't showed up for half the class, or he's leaving early, and so sometimes you have to put some fire on their kids and let parents know what's going on. Or grandparents have been like, they're free to walk. We had a granddad who was like, I need to know, I need to talk to my grandson. And so you get involved with the parents so you can have that one-on-one conversation about the best interest, what's the best interest for that child and the success of that child. That's not true with every parent. I will not sit here and be Pollyannish about it, but that is true with majority of parents. I have met very few parents who did not want to see their children succeed, but sometimes they just don't have the resources or the know-how to make that happen. So thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, thank you for that. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for making the point, either making the point or reminding some of us that the statistics that you showed about the success rates are from a beginning point of some of the most challenged children's. It's those that have the most challenges that get referred to communities and schools and many of the other good organizations. And so there's a significant improvement that's seen. And so thank you for that. So thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much for the work.
All right. Let's hear now from Character Strong, please. Ms. Matthew. Good afternoon. Please, if you'll just step up to the microphone there and introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Hi,
Hey.
thank you, Chairman and committee, for having me speak today. I'm honored to be here with all of you. My name is Sarah Matthew. I am an early childhood educator. I have my entire career has been in education. I have served at the district, state, and federal level in education, and I'm now the Director of Partnerships for Character Strong. Character Strong is honored to be a Georgia state recognized model character education program. And we are here because we know that schools are facing tremendous, tremendous problems with absenteeism. Do I have a, should I just tell you, or? Whoa. It keeps. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, it seems to be working now. So we know that unmet needs show up in school through behavior and through performance. And we also know that unmet needs are behavior, and absenteeism is a behavior. Behavior can change. That's the good news. We know that to effectively address behavior, we have to look at the root causes of that behavior and not just react when the behavior is happening. We know that we have to look at root causes in order to really meet the needs of our students so that they can succeed not only at school, but in life. So I'm going to share, I loved the list from communities and schools about the root causes, and my list looks similar but not the same. So I just wanted to share that we're addressing 4 different root causes, although I know there are many more. One of the fundamental root causes of absenteeism is a lack of connection to the school and to the people in the school. We know that students that do not feel connected to school find no reason to come. They don't want to show up. And so we work to help schools build a culture of connection in order for students to feel welcome and wanted. There's clear evidence to support that connection and belonging leads to improved outcomes in academics, engagement, and behavior in school. A second root cause of absenteeism is that there are gaps in our school support systems. We know that tiered supports help meet students where they are, whether that be through academics like English, math, social studies, or with behavior. We know that tiered supports meet children where they are and match interventions to their direct needs in order to make sure that we can move them through the tiers of support well. There's a multi-tiered approach allows for students to have increased access to varying levels of support in school. So tier 1 supports are for all students. That's what we do to support all students and staff and families in school to make them feel welcome. But tier 2 supports are for those students that still aren't thriving and still not meeting the goals that we want them to meet. So we get them into smaller groups where we provide them with increased support. Sometimes that happens with clinicians that are trained, and sometimes it happens with people that are designated by the school to have the ability and connection with the student and do that well. Tier 3 supports are for those students that aren't necessarily thriving even through small group instruction, and they need more tailored individual support with an adult. At Character Strong, we believe you can't solve this multifaceted problem with a single point solution. So we provide evidence-based, comprehensive curriculum and frameworks to build supportive, engaging, and resilient school communities. A third cause of absenteeism is low engagement with students. If students do not feel relevance in what they are learning, they will disengage. There are very specific practices that we can use to promote greater engagement and involvement in school. When content feels relevant to their daily lives, students will begin to see connection and be able to start thinking about building their own future and meeting their own goals. As mentioned in the previous discussion, one of the primary causes of absenteeism is unmet family need. We know that schools do not happen in a vacuum. Families today are facing multiple challenges through transportation, housing, unemployment, childcare, and all of these needs lead to difficulties for students to attend school. Through strong, intentional family-school partnerships, we can address those barriers to attendance with the family and the staff in the school. Schools need to build strong strategies that are focused not just on the student, but on meeting the family needs as well. Character Strong provides schools with tools, training, resources, and frameworks they need to solve this complex problem. We believe in providing schools with multi-tiered supports, building intention and belonging for all students and staff, boosting engagement through our SERVE model, which includes core tier 1 practices that are instructionally and relationally focused, providing multi-tiered supports that are matched to individual student needs, and family-facing interventions that will help families feel engaged and supported in their children's learning. We know that improving attendance is just the tip of the iceberg. In promoting engagement, belonging, and well-being, we see increased perceptions of success, not only for our students, but for our staff and our families. A positive school culture is key to a thriving school community where everyone feels welcome, engaged, and successful. My thanks for allowing me to speak to you today and for your time and attention to this critical issue our schools are facing.
Thank you, Ms. Matthew. I appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Chairman Hickman.
Well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Would you define a positive school climate for me or for the group here? And I'll give you an example after you get through. Define what a positive school climate is.
Sure. So at Character Strong, we believe it's based on 3 things: belonging, connectedness, and well-being. So we believe in meeting students' needs, just as communities and schools mentioned, making sure that students come to school ready to learn, that they have their needs met from food, shelter, whatever. And then also that they feel a warm and welcoming environment and they feel safe at school. We hear from students that safety, perhaps might be rooted in they're feeling bullied. So we have a whole bullying prevention curriculum that we offer across all grade levels so that students can feel safe at school. The same is true for staff. We need our staff to feel not only safe at school, but capable. We know that a lot of the students that are experiencing behavior problems right now, that staff don't feel equipped to meet that behavior need. So we work really hard. We provide coaching, professional development training, coaching, and ongoing support in many different ways so that we can help build the capacity of school staff to meet student needs. So we want to make sure that staff feel welcome and that family needs are met. And then we want to make sure that students feel strong connection to the adults, that there isn't a quiet child in a room that none of us are worrying about, but they aren't really performing very well, but they're quiet. We need to make intentional connections with them because what we found is those children are the ones that are really falling through the cracks. They might be getting a C, but they're A students that aren't getting their needs met, and they're kind of just sitting in a quiet spot in the room. So making sure adults are making intentional connections with all students is one of the ways that we help build connectedness at school. We also really strive to break down barriers between family, school, and home, right? We know that we have staff that are dealing with stuff that they're dealing with similar issues, right? We know they're dealing with housing and unmet food needs. And so we want to make sure that staff feel supported as well. So Character Strong strives very hard to support staff and provide them with ongoing coaching through, you have one person that you can call and talk to and say, I have this kid. I'm not totally sure what to do with this kid. Can you help me? We have trained experts that are on the other end of the line to help you through that. And we have communities of practice for those people that are working with children in that higher tiers of support. We build a strong community within Character Strong so they feel that they have all the resources they need.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. And the climate starts at the top.
Yes,
And the
it does.
top is the principal. And if the principal is not positive and so forth, right on down through to the students. Joy and I went to school back in I guess March of this past session and read to the students. We walked to the front door, the door was locked, which it should have been. A guy came up, opened the door, walked in ahead of us, didn't even hold the door open for Joanne, just walked in ahead of us. Turned out he was the art teacher in the school. Okay. We went on and read to the class. We stood in the hallway after because we knew the teacher real well and knew her family and talked probably 30 minutes. We had 3 different teachers came by. None of them spoke to us the whole time. They walked by with their heads down. This is a 5% school in rural Georgia. And that told me at that point in time, part of the reason it's a 5% school because the climate in the school was not conducive to being friendly and upbeat and caring about. I mean, that guy, he didn't speak to us. He didn't hold the door for us. He didn't say nothing to us, just walked in ahead of us. So I agree with the climate in Mad Library in my county, Bullitt County, was a F-rated school in 2019. It is currently, or was about a year ago, a C-rated school. And we went over there and spent about a half a day with them one day. And the number one question is, how have you changed from an F-rated school to a C-rated school? He said the number one thing is the climate in the school has changed. And it's not the thermostat. Yeah.
Appreciate so much you mentioning that. I failed to mention Character Strong has a whole professional development and training that we do for admin in schools, especially in larger districts where there's a lot of admin folks there. We do all sorts of programs to support administrators in schools. We even have a deck of cards that are very popular. They're called Character Dares. And we give them to administrators in the schools that utilize our program. And they're openers that they can use with their staff when they're having staff meetings or staff trainings. We give them ideas on connectedness activities that they can be doing with their staff to build that feeling at the administrative level.
All right. Yes, sir. One more.
I think one thing that this committee has done, probably more than anything else, even though it's been great, is that we have brought the attention to the fact that 21.7% students in Georgia are chronically absent. And then more importantly, we're able to tell particularly the actual county percentage and the school percentage, and that's embarrassing. And I think this committee has really waking up, whatever the word is. Our school system say this is something they've really got to get their arms around. So thank you for doing this.
Well,
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saying that, because that was one of our goals in bringing this legislation forward, is to shine a light on it and create a conversation, because you can't get to solutions unless you start talking about it. Senator Kemp, did you have, Senator Pop? Okay.
I'm curious, when we talk about connectedness, that's not like a tangible thing, like if a student is, lacking clothing or things like that. Like, I'm curious if you all have conversations with parents as to how that is conveyed to them to convince them to keep their child home. Like, is it the child is saying, I'm sure like a little kid is not able to say, hey, well, I don't have a teacher or a school staff member that I feel connected to. So is it more or so conveyed kind of like, okay, well, I'm sick for today. And so the parent agrees to take them home, or like, how do you track it back to connectedness is, I guess, my question, to where a parent says, okay, I'm going to keep my child home, allow them to continue to miss school. And ultimately it's because they don't feel, a culture that is conducive to them wanting to be there or have an adult that they can relate to and connect with.
So I think, and I just want to make sure I have your question right. So please tell me if I'm answering it. But essentially, when we are working with kids, we have ways to gauge whether we're being effective, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 level, right? So we have performance metrics where we ask children questions that will reveal whether they feel a connectedness to an adult, a connectedness to a club, a group, or sport. So we are continually tracking performance metrics to make sure that whatever interventions we're using are working for the student. The other thing that we do, and this is one of the reasons I love Character Strong, is we realize that teachers are completely overwhelmed, right? Like, we have so many requirements and things, and the teachers that are really good teachers want to meet all of those for sure. But some of the breakdown is that they don't have time to sit down and write an email to every parent,
Yeah.
right? That's very hard to do. So what we do is we provide scripts after every lesson so that a teacher can look at that script that says, this is what I did with your kid today. And we give them the prompts so that they're not starting from scratch. And so every lesson that they do with tier 2 and tier 3 in particular, but even tier 1, we have family newsletters that we provide. We give the staff all the tools they need, and knowing that they are not necessarily clinically trained. Some of the people that are addressing behavior are just people that are really good at connecting with kids. It might be the PE teacher that isn't really clinically trained, but he's really good at getting kids to come to the gym after school and hang out and build relationships with them. And so we provide all sorts of resources to connect with the home through family newsletters and family emails, scripts, everything. And then what we try and do is always make sure that people are tracking and progress monitoring to make sure whatever intervention they're using with a child is proven to be effective. And if it's not, we have the answer. Go back a step and try something else. We know that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach for every kid. That's just not real. So we try and make our curriculum and our support system a way that there are many avenues to support every child.
And to follow up on that, outside of the more tangible needs that need to be met, like, what are some of the reasons that parents give as to why they keep their children home?
So that's a pretty big question. I think it looks different in different places that you go to be. And I will tell you that I used to do this work. I was the director of health and wellness in the Colorado Department of Education. And I used to do a lot of this same work there at the state level. But I can share with you that safety is huge. kids aren't feeling safe at school, whether it be because of a school shooting that they saw on TV that was millions of miles away, or whether it's because they feel bullied in school, or whether it's exactly what communities and schools mentioned, they don't have clean clothes, they don't have tennis shoes or boots or a warm jacket. And so safety is one, I would say safety is one of the primary reasons kids are staying home. We also know that students got comfortable and families got comfortable with keeping kids at home, right? And so we need to continually make the argument with parents that, do you know that if your child misses 2 days, the chances of them, going down a letter grade goes up? Whoa, wait, just 2 days a month? That could happen? Oh, we didn't know that. So informing parents on the value of absenteeism is a huge piece of what we strive to do at Character Strong, making sure that parents realize that even 2 days missed in a month, which doesn't seem like a lot, adds up over time. And I just saw a recent statistic that, like, if a child missed 2 days a month for every month of school, they would literally miss more than a year of school or something. And don't quote me on that. That's not terribly accurate. But I know that that was even eye-opening for me as somebody who has a teenager at home who's usually trying to get out of school on any given day, maybe because the test hasn't been prepared for properly. But I think maybe educating parents to make sure they realize the impact that it has on their child's course performance is key.
Great, thank you.
Senator Hickman and I have asked this question many times, especially about the culture of the school. That's so important. Here in the state of Georgia, we spend quite a bit of money educating through, what do we call it? Professional development, leaders, educational leaders. A lot of leaders, rather than accepting their responsibilities, will shift it to the assistant principal or the parent coordinator, when sometimes it's important for the principal of the school, and especially those smaller ones. But just having that time, set aside that time if you can, because they need to develop those habits as well, the leaders. And a lot of the leaders we do have in schools do not live in those communities anymore. They commute in and out. They don't know the families. They don't know anything about the communities that they serve. But those communities are paying their salaries every day. So they really don't care.
Right.
And it should not be that way, but it amounts to that. But the state of Georgia does a lot to train leaders. Everybody that gets a degree in educational leadership does not have the leadership skill set to work with the public. And sometimes, and another thing I wanted to say is, we can work with parents and sometimes we can give them too much. Like I said, we use the washers and dryers. Their responsibilities are, well, we'll just send you anyway because they're going to take care of you after school. And that's so unfair to the child. A few years ago, parents were threatened with legal action if their children missed X number of days. I'm not saying we need to go back to that, but maybe a tool that we can put in a tool. It's not fair to have a generation of children that cannot read, that cannot function. They have no academic skill set. So how are they going to take care of themselves? We're going to end up taking care of them anyway. The government will. But anyway, I just wanted to say that.
No, thank you for that insight. I'd like to tell you a short story. I know I'm at my 5 minutes. Our company was founded by a teacher, and he ran a leadership program in high school. And he decided to make it a leadership program for leaders. And so his name is John Norland. He started, and our other co-founder was a student that was in his leadership camp. And so they came together and recognized the problem you just described, that leaders really needed help with leadership. And so we actually have a whole leadership curriculum that we offer to schools as well. So we have leadership curriculum for all grade levels that's offered.
Okay. Ms. Matthew, thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate that. All right. And finally, we're going to hear from Cartwheel Care. Oh, come on up, please. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Want more pressure. A lot closer.
Sure, absolutely. We appreciate y'all being here, so whatever makes you comfortable.
I just want to make sure this works because I know some folks had perfect. Good morning.
Good morning.
Folks hear me okay?
Yes.
And folks in the back. Okay. Good morning, Chair Kennedy and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Juliana Chen. I am a Georgia licensed child and adolescent psychiatrist with over 15 years experience supporting children and families across the country. As Chair Kennedy graciously mentioned at the start of today's session, I am also the Chief Medical Officer at Cartwheel Care. We are a school community telehealth organization that partners with school districts across the country to expand access to high quality mental health support. Throughout my career, I have focused on strengthening partnerships with schools, communities, and families to expand access to mental health education, again, nationally, and helping students to hopefully stay healthy, continue learning, and to stay present in the classroom.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jillian Kelton. I spent more than 20 years in the Boston public schools, most recently as their chief of student support, where I oversaw district-wide systems to reduce chronic absenteeism and strengthen student supports. I began my career as a school counselor. I then became a school-based administrator, and as a mother of 2 school-age children, I have seen firsthand how vital it is for families and schools to work together to support the needs of students. In my current role as Director of District Engagement at Cartwheel, I work with districts across the country, including right here in Georgia, to build coordinated, effective, and accessible systems that meet students' academic and mental health needs. Dr. Chen and I are extremely grateful to be here today and to have the opportunity to share with you what we've learned from other districts and schools across the country.
And as highlighted by our other esteemed presenters this afternoon, our goal today is to further help connect the dots, hopefully, between mental health and attendance, and to share how school community partnerships, including incredible programs like Communities in Schools and Character Strong and virtual care models across all grade levels, can help to close gaps and strengthen Georgia's efforts to help more students stay in school and thrive. Because as we now all know, the root causes of school absenteeism are multifactorial and complex. So Georgia has made important investments in education innovation. I don't need to tell the committee this. All of those efforts, however, depend on one critical thing, and that is students being in school to be able to access that. So across school districts, leaders will tell us the same thing again and again. New programs and resources only can make a difference if students are present to benefit from them. Attendance is the foundation for everything else. When students miss school, whether because of anxiety, family stress, basic needs, safety, as mentioned, even the best initiatives can't reach them. So as one district leader recently shared with us, we can invest all we want in new textbooks, professional development, new facilities. It will fall flat if our neediest students don't come to school or struggle to sit through class. The scope, as the committee knows, and as we've heard earlier, is large. Roughly 1 in 5 Georgia students is chronically absent, equaling about 360,000 children. Rates are even higher in some rural counties and in large urban systems. Low-income students miss school at much higher rates, which widens learning gaps. Neighboring states to Georgia show improvement is possible when attendance becomes a statewide priority. The key point is that absenteeism isn't just an academic measure. As we heard from Miss Matthew and Miss Lewis, it reflects barriers in students' lives. And when we reduce those barriers and provide the support that students and families so desperately need, attendance can improve. Chair Hickman, you asked earlier about the top reasons behind school absenteeism, and Miss Lewis and Miss Matthew both talked about basic needs and safety, and I want to say fully agree that those are two of the top reasons. I would add to that what we know from research and from clinical experience is that mental health has become one of the primary drivers of student absenteeism. And I'd actually say students struggling, I would say, with things like anxiety, depression, other emotional challenges, miss far more days of schools than their peers. And anxiety, which frankly is a big umbrella term, and happy to describe that more, but anxiety, and in particular school-related anxiety, is now one of the top reported reasons students miss school. And this is true across all grade levels, K through 12. When these issues are not addressed early, the pattern will naturally escalate. More missed days, more behavioral challenges, more lost learning, and then a greater risk of dropping out. The encouraging part is that the reverse is also true. When we identify and treat the root causes, and as early as possible, attendance and learning can improve. And to make real progress, as this committee knows, schools and families need timely access to quality support, like those described this afternoon, as well as access to quality care, both in and beyond school, that ideally works in full coordination with the family and with the school team. Schools are already doing so much to support students. School-based social workers and other counselors know families. They notice early warning signs. They can respond quickly when a student starts to disengage. At the same time, the need has grown faster than the system can keep up, unfortunately. Staffing shortages, this is not just in Georgia, nationally, and especially in rural areas, mean big needs and limited coverage. And it's impossible or hard to reach students if they're at home, not in school, to get those school-based supports, or hard to support them after hours when the issues often are surfacing, like on a Sunday night, on a Monday morning before school starts. Many school-based staff, really incredible. They're specialized in school-based concerns, but they haven't had specialized clinical training to treat more significant mental health issues, things like anxiety. Families also are understandably cautious sometimes about privacy when outside providers are involved. So this is why, even with extraordinary effort, schools can't meet every need on their own. And again, that's where programs like Communities in School and Character Strong, and in particular virtual partnerships like Cartwheel, can help meaningfully by expanding capacity and giving schools and families more coordinated options for mental health support. Yeah.
Schools can't and should not have to do this work alone. Across the country, we're seeing how school community partnerships can help address the root causes of school avoidance. The formula is combining schools' trusted relationships with families with accessible, high-quality care. At Cartwheel, we serve as one example of how this model can work in practice. Today, more than 325 districts and statewide partners use this approach to expand access for students. When schools and families are supported together, 92% of students show improvement in their mental health. And schools report a 44% decline in absenteeism among students who are receiving care. These results show what's possible when schools, families, and community partners work together as one team. Together, we are removing barriers to care, improving attendance, behavior, and academic outcomes. One of the major pieces here is creating more opportunities for positive parent engagement. This work can not only involve the schools, students, and community partners. Parent involvement is also a must. School avoidance is one of the hardest attendance challenges that schools faced. When anxiety or emotional distress keep a student from walking through the door, traditional approaches often are not enough. These students need a different playbook, one that combines skill building, family coaching, and school coordination. Through our partnerships with districts and in collaboration with the Arizona Department of Education, we have designed a school avoidance program specifically to address this issue. Students receive weekly one-on-one therapy with licensed clinicians that are trained in school avoidance, and parents get individualized guidance to help them reinforce progress at home. Psychiatric evaluation is available when it is needed, and care is offered from early morning through evening and weekend hours so families can participate without missing work or school time. The goal is to address the real reasons that students are missing school and to work hand in hand with caregivers and school teams so a student's return to class is skill-based and sustainable. Again, parent involvement is a key factor in the success of these programs. The school avoidance program is now available to all districts in Georgia who partner with Cartwheel. Using technology, we make access to care faster for families and easier for schools. When a student needs help, families can be connected with care in days instead of weeks, and school staff don't have to manage all the logistics themselves. As we discussed earlier, we know that school staff are currently very overtaxed in their jobs. The same system automatically and securely tracks engagement and outcomes, giving districts, the Department of Education, and the legislature a clear view of impact across schools and regions. That transparency means leaders can see what's working, measure return on investment, and make data-driven decisions, all without adding to the workload of educators or administrators. And importantly, all data sharing complies fully with FERPA and HIPAA standards, so schools and families can trust that information is handled safely and appropriately. In short, technology helps everyone stay connected, families, schools, and the state, while keeping the focus where it belongs, on students and results. This is just a brief case example of how a partnership comes to light. Tony, a 10th grader who had recently moved from out of state, missed 25 days of school. He's experiencing significant anxiety and mood changes and has started using alcohol to cope. After obtaining consent from Tony's mom, Tony's counselor places a referral to Cartwheel, and within a week, Tony and his mom complete a virtual intake with a licensed Cartwheel therapist, and Tony begins weekly therapy. A few weeks in, at mom's request, Tony meets with a child psychiatrist for a medication evaluation, and mom begins regular parent guidance sessions to help her learn new parenting and communication strategies. 4 months later, Tony is attending school regularly, using coping strategies he practiced with his therapist, and re-engaging in class. The takeaway, this isn't just one student's story. It's that when schools, families, and providers all work together, we can change a student's trajectory in a single semester. Some of the outcomes that we've been seeing, the results are very clear. Among students who received support through our school-based telehealth partnership, chronic absenteeism dropped by 44%. On average, those students missed 62% fewer days of school, showing that the impact isn't just district-wide, it's individual and it's measurable. Across our work with districts in multiple states, we can see that coordinated, school-connected mental health care helps students get back to class and stay there. For Georgia, this demonstrates what's possible when student support aligns with the systems already in place: better attendance, stronger engagement, and more students learning every day. Another last critical data point that I'd like to underscore is the broader impact also in the area of school behavior. In another district, students who engaged in coordinated telehealth services saw an 84% reduction in behavioral incidents. Fewer disruptions and suspensions are part of the same story. When students get the right support early, they can learn, and so can their classmates. So to sustain these results, the funding model has to work for families and for districts. Insurance-only approaches often lead to long wait lists and limited collaboration time, while school-only approaches constrain local budgets. In Cartwheel's partnerships, we've seen that a braided funding model, combining insurance billing with district support, keeps care affordable for families, offsets up to 3/4 of costs for schools, and preserves the coordination time that makes the school home plan effective. Importantly, Medicaid families have zero copays, and financial aid funds ensure access for any student who needs it. This approach shows that sustainability is possible, and that with the right support, districts can continue delivering high quality, equitable services year after year without overextending local budgets. With Georgia's investment in these services, funds are available for every public Georgia middle and high school right now. Yes. With Georgia's investment in these services, funds are available for every Georgia middle and high school right now.
Already an investment in it.
There's funding right now. Yes.
But just at the middle and high school level. The funding is only available to middle and high school level. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope. Because we're working with middle and high schools in Georgia right now, and they are using that funding. So if there's a misunderstanding, no, there isn't. The funding's available. A few final key points. I'm happy to talk more and take more questions. Mental health, as you've now heard, is a key lever for school attendance. When we address anxiety and school avoidance early, students can come back to class and stay engaged. Strong school community partnerships extend, not replace school staff. And it's important for us to reduce barriers like, as you all know, transportation, scheduling, providing specialized care to complement what school social workers, counselors, and incredible programs like the ones we've heard about earlier are already doing on the ground. And when parents are actively engaged and supported, the impact can multiply. Sustainable funding, as you know, is behind all of this, and funding, I think, is always behind everything. It's really essential in order for this kind of work to continue. And if done right, however, the silver lining here is that it can keep services equitable and effective with lasting outcomes. So we urge the committee, we urge the committee to continue to expand the current investment in middle and high school level, the $20,000 per school investment in direct mental health services to include elementary schools. Our understanding is currently elementary schools are not, don't have access to that funding. And this is critical because early intervention prevents entrenched non-attendance, reduces costly escalations later, and can keep more children learning every day. And then briefly to close, speaking on behalf of myself and Jillian and everyone at Cartwheel, we are incredibly grateful for the committee's time and thoughtful attention to this really important issue. Thank you again, Chair, members of the committee, for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify today. And Georgia's focus on student attendance and well-being is truly inspiring, and we appreciate the committee's commitment to ensuring every child is present and supported in school. And we're happy to take questions.
All right. Thank you both. Mr. Chair.
Chairman. Hey, y'all, thank you. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that a third time, but I do want to go back to the Dr. Shin,
At least you know we're listening, all right?
Yes.
So, okay.
Good, it's good.
or we're not listening. We need you to repeat it. The last point you just made, Dr. Chen,
Yes.
the call for the Georgia DOE to expand $20,000 per school to elementary schools. We have 1,852 public schools in Georgia times 20,000 is a request of $37,040,000.
Yes. My colleague is going to help me answer that question because I understand you probably do not have
Sir, would you step over to this one? And so we've got a mic and so the folks behind you can hear you as well. And
we appreciate that. Very good question.
your mic is now live. If you'll introduce yourself to the committee and then feel free to respond to the question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Kennedy and Senator Still, for the question. My name is Seth Rowell. I'm our Director of Government Affairs here at Cartwheel. And we recognize that right now the current funding provides funding for 979 public middle and high schools across the state. We recognize that $20,000 per elementary school is a lot of money. We also know that most elementary schools across the state of Georgia are smaller than most public middle and high schools. So we anticipate working with you and your committee. I mean, the Department of Education did submit a request for $20,000 for every elementary school for the upcoming session. We recognize that would be in the $30-something million range, but we can also work with you throughout the session to make sure that the current funds are eligible for elementary schools, or a smaller amount than $20,000 per school is also another option.
Has the request been put into the budget for 26?
Yeah, so this was part of the legislative agenda for the Georgia Department of Education for this upcoming session.
But this was part of that?
Yes.
Okay, bundled into it. Got it. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Of course.
Chairman, Senator Kemp.
So that was part of my question, the amount that it would cost, and that is a large amount. I'm curious, I don't know if anybody from DOE is here, but like where that
Mm-hmm.
bucket of money is, like how is that identified in the budget?
Has the request been put into the budget?
Has the request been put into the budget?
Yes. Okay. Bundled into it. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Of course.
Chairman, Like, is there a particular like area or like grant or something that is coming from?
Bring it.
She's the last one. It's just this.
Bring it in the A-team now.
Sorry, Callie Michael, representing Cartwheel. The legislature appropriated $19.5 million in a separate line item under the school safety program
Okay, got it.
for use to, under the, sorry, just student support services. I'm sorry, it's a new program, student support services. And it was just for student mental health, and telehealth is allowed within that bucket,
Got it.
as are other services.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're
Thank you so
welcome.
much. And then secondly, you mentioned the data sharing and that there are reports and it doesn't violate HIPAA. Do we have any data, like Georgia specific data that you all could share with us?
We can get that data for you.
Sure.
The initiative in Georgia is just new this year.
Yeah.
So we're very early in the partnership. We're actively delivering services within 9 districts in Georgia, and then having conversations with a number of other districts, both large, urban, and rural. So the data will be limited because it's only a few months' time, but very happy to get the data in terms of districts, referrals, and outcomes so far.
That'd be great.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Great.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Chairman Dickman?
I won't ask you to repeat it again. No problem.
She's happy to do it. Happy to do
Definitely.
it.
Well, thank y'all. Great presentation. I got a couple of statements and a question too. From being chairman of education and Senate, I'm ecstatic that Mississippi is doing such a great job on literacy, and they're ahead of us. I'm ecstatic that Alabama has got a lower chronic absenteeism rate in Georgia. I'm very upset that we're having to follow leads of other states rather than Georgia being a leader in these issues. Okay. And I've said that many, many times, and I'll keep saying it. Our Senate Education Committee has heard us say it, and I think everyone member on our committee has said that. So thank you. Thank you for this, but when are the students receiving telehealth? Are they doing it before school? Are they doing it after school? They're doing it during school. And then also, I don't think we need to forget about the mental health situation for the teachers, the principals, and the administrators. So would you address that also?
I appreciate both. Oh, I'll start and then you want to add on. I really appreciate both those questions, and my colleague may add on. The first question related to when sessions are happening. We very intentionally built Cartwheel's model thinking about schools, students, and families. And so we can see students for care whenever works best for them, with a high priority emphasis on after school and weekends. The goal is to try to get kids back to learning and engaged in school and have them lead as an engaged student life as they can. So 90% of our care is actually delivered after school on weekends. Some students are receiving care during the school day. That only occurs at request by parent and school district. Cases like that might be that perhaps home life is a little bit too chaotic. Perhaps the school has identified a worry that if the student is referred for services, that the student may not reliably show up for services unless someone in the school building is helping them to get there. So then they and parents may ask us, hey, can we see the student during a school day? And then we work with the school to find a time that is minimally disruptive. But very intentionally, we staff our team to provide care after school and weekends. And then the second question is related to educator burnout, and really appreciate that question. A year into starting Cartwheel, it was very clear to us the level of stress and burnout that educational leaders and teachers and counselors face. So while our primary focus is on student wellness and student mental health, we also provide school staff therapy confidentially that school staff can self-refer to help support the educators and counselors and every adult that's within the school district building, because we know that they are carrying such a heavy load. And I know you didn't ask this, but Senator Sims had asked earlier about parent guidance. A core part of our model, as my colleague mentioned, is also supporting the parents. So parenting a child struggling with mental health issues, attendance issues, any sort of emotional behavioral concern, I think is one of the hardest things a parent can face. And as one of the earlier presenters mentioned, I also agree, most parents want the best for their child, and often they don't have the resources or knowledge or learning, like they don't know what to do. So we can meet with parents. It's not therapy for parents per se. We call it parent guidance. It's helping a parent know, gosh, what do you do when your child's having a meltdown every morning and refusing to get out of bed or refusing to get out of school? What do you do if your teenager is texting you from the class like every afternoon saying, pick me up, pick me up? What do you do with a depressed teenager? So all of those pieces we know are really critical, both seeing kids after school weekends, providing educator support, and supporting parents.
I also just want to add that being able to offer the services before or during or after school is helpful for students who also do not have access to the technology that they need to use at home. So enabling them to do that at school and also having that strong partnership, not just with parents, but also with schools, is necessary to facilitate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Four.
Okay.
So you mentioned you're working with 9 districts currently. Like, how does a district or a charter school know to work with you all? Like, is it all by word of mouth, or like you're included in some sort of newsletter that comes from DOE? Like, how are people finding out? Because my concern is we have all these great resources, but to hear it's only 9, like, how are you all growing and expanding to reach more? Because the need is so great, where we're at 20% of chronic absenteeism in the state.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Senator Kemp. So after the budget was passed and signed by the governor in May, the Georgia Department of Education did a request for information for providers that were similar to us. And they ultimately approved 17 different telehealth providers. And then our partnerships team has been driving thousands of miles around the state, sending countless emails, calls, trying to make everyone aware of that. And we are currently working with 9 districts and charters across the state. There will probably be double to triple that come January, February. A lot of them are going through their board approval process, their procurement process. We're doing a lot of RFPs and things like that. And I was in Helen last week at the Georgia Rural Schools Conference. We've been having teams out working with a bunch of the RESAs. We've been doing webinars that some of your colleagues have been on. We've been trying to spread the word, but you know what? If you want to help us spread the word, we are happy to have you share it with your districts and charters in your district too.
Yeah, that's great. And I just lost my train of thought. Yep, that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Leave it at that. Thanks.
Sims, Doherty was actually our first district in Georgia. So really excited to be a partner with Doherty. So
I don't know if that's a good thing or bad.
it's a good thing. It's a good thing. You guys are leading the way. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
All right. Any other questions? Ladies, thank you both for a very interesting and informative presentation.
Thank you so much to the
Thank you,
committee for
sir.
all your work and advocacy. Thank you.
Thank all of you. All right. We are going to now stand in recess for a short while. I would expect 30 to 45 minutes-ish. And then we will come back and reconvene and have a discussion about what our report might ought to look like. Okay? With that, so we'll stand in recess. Thank you. Thanks for those of you that have stuck around. Thanks for giving us a break. Our committee has been working since we broke from hearing from our three presenters today. I've got a few remarks I want to convey, understanding this is our last meeting of this very important study committee. And then we have a report to propose to the committee for any final comments, and then if so deemed, then a vote. So, you know, we have had the opportunity to host 3 study committee meetings focused on combating chronic absenteeism. Each meeting had a distinct purpose, with expert speakers providing invaluable data, insights, and quite frankly, some real-world perspectives on what's going on, boots on the ground, with this problem in Georgia. I would be remiss if I didn't take just a moment and remind folks or kind of how we got to this point. And for me, the personal story really begins with being chronic absenteeism being something I didn't understand and didn't even know what it was until reading a newspaper article. And then coming back to my very able staff and saying, do we have this problem in Georgia? And boy, was the answer, sadly, a resounding yes, we do. And so at that point, I really asked myself 2 questions. One, not only is what is chronic absenteeism, but are we facing a crisis here in Georgia? And I think by the time that this committee is devoted to doing its work, we know the level of the crisis and have some idea of the causes as well. But it's not just an educational issue, and that's what I am so grateful to the talent and skill set of the people on this committee that looked at this through the lens of not just the school systems. Yes, it's all about the kids, but it's also an economic issue for the state of Georgia. It is a workforce issue for the state of Georgia. It's a community issue, and it's also a future of our children issue. So incredibly important. That's why during the past legislative session, we of course worked for, drafted, proposed, and successfully passed Senate Bill 123. We are already beginning to see some of the positive impacts of the work of this committee and this legislature and the passage of that bill. I saw a recent news article about an attendance review team that was described standing outside the school each morning, greeting students and checking with them and their families. And they asked simple questions like, how are you doing? What's going on? Is there anything we can do to help you to get on time tomorrow? Things like that, those attitudinal differences that can really make a difference in a child's life because that's their world that they see. The article went on to describe the team dancing, cheering, and quite frankly, creating an environment where the students felt excited about the start of their school day. I believe that the work we're doing here has the power to transform our schools, strengthen our communities, and improve outcomes for children. During the course of our work, we heard from national, regional, state, and local experts on the importance of data sharing, having a baseline knowledge of chronic absenteeism. We also learned that about the barriers of students and those that they face. And we also clarified the critical distinction between chronic absenteeism and truancy. Today, our focus shifts to the final report and recommendations of this study committee. These recommendations reflect the information we have received from our presenters and the thoughtful discussions among the committee members. I'm going to walk through briefly the recommendations, gather some final feedback from the committee members, and then if a motion is made, we will hold a vote on adopting the final report. Generally speaking, about the recommendations. Over 4 hearings, the committee received extensive testimony and identified 7 major areas where reforms could reduce chronic absenteeism. Recommendations span legislative changes, regulatory adjustments, school climate improvements, expanded health and wraparound services, tiered prevention strategies, and better data systems. These recommendations come from the various testimony and presentations that we've all heard. We wanted to keep those recommendations in case we want to come back to these recommendations to study them further in the future. Some specific committee recommendations that came from the committee members that you see. And I want to add here, I am incredibly grateful for the years of experience, the skill set, and the perspective of some of the people on this committee and the spouse of one of our committee members who know how things really work, boots on the ground in our school system. And it is with the benefit of that great experience that we now have a report that I think, quite frankly, we're all proud of. It addresses things like modernizing truancy notification letters to focus on early communications with families about children having this problem. It talks about and addresses to restrict sports participation for chronically absent students until meeting and attendance plans are completed. It gives attendance review teams, and you'll remember that's a term of art in Senate Bill 123. It gives attendance review teams authority to impose remedial measures such as temporary license suspension when students fail to follow improvement plans. It includes concepts that require documentation showing that Tier 1 and 2 supports were attempted before children are referred to the courts. It talks about mandating school or district level attendance teams in high absent schools with monthly reviews. Also addressing required structure communication thresholds such as notice at 3 to 5 absences and personal contact at 6 to 9 absences versus waiting until the 10% chronic absenteeism threshold is already met. We also talk about requiring home visits, case management, and a formal attendance plan before any court action. Establishing a standing cross-agency task force to set statewide goals to reduce chronic absenteeism rates by 50% and sunset once pre-pandemic levels are reached. And finally, to improve the school climate. You heard our chairman here speak to that and with the great question to the presenters today, talking about expanding teacher participation and prohibiting cell phones in high schools. So with that, I want to open this up for discussion to the study committee to discuss any of these recommendations, but also allow each member to make any sort of statement that they would like to make, either addressed to the committee or to the public or for any purpose that you would like to do so. And with that, I will open it up for discussion. Senator Kemp.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. This has been a truly remarkable experience in terms of trying to come up with reasonable solutions to a very big problem that we have. We do a lot of work to improve educational outcomes, but if students aren't in the seats, all of our work is for naught. And also want to just thank this committee. It's not lost on me that today, when we were meeting earlier today, at the same time, this country was honoring the life of Dick Cheney. And we need more of that, where folks come together and work together and respect the service of others, but also come together and come up with solutions that are not divisive. And that's what this committee has done. And I've just been honored to serve on it. And I wholeheartedly agree with all of the recommendations that we were able to come up with, and look forward to us working in the next legislative session to get these things done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so very much for recognizing the importance of and getting us all together, the importance of education of our children in the state of Georgia. It is, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to get our children ready for living, for life, to be able to take care of themselves, to be productive citizens, and to be providers for their households as well. I'm going to be brief because I've already had a lot to say, and I hope that we will continue this conversation because education is evolving every day through the workplace, through other things that are going on around us here at home as well as globally. So this is not the end. This is a wonderful beginning. And hopefully we will continue the discussion. And thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues as well. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chairman Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. It has been truly a pleasure to serve with y'all on this committee. And again, as we delve more and more into it, we find out, Mr. Chairman, there's more and more reasons why our children are not literate, and absenteeism is a chronic reason why they're not literate. And I thank you so much for addressing this. I thank you for reading the article. Who gave you the article? We need to thank them too. But it's true. So we look forward to completely agree with the report. Report's great, got a lot of great information in it. I look forward to some significant bills coming out of the Senate addressing chronic absenteeism. And thank you for allowing me to be a part of this committee.
Yes, sir. Majority Caucus Chair still.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chairman, all the things. Thank you all for sticking with us. It is really great that y'all have been here. Several of y'all have been here through every minute of this, and it's been incredible. And some familiar faces that have sat through other committees that we have on similar subjects. So absenteeism, literacy, social media. Those are going to be three of the major themes that we're going to hear next year. And session starts just a few weeks away, so we'll be hard at it. But I would love to echo Senator Sims's point and Senator Kemp as well, that this has just been a great journey in bipartisanship. I appreciate y'all, appreciate our staff, appreciate y'all sticking with us as well, the great work on the report. Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, would love to make a motion to adopt the report.
Yes, sir. That would be appropriate. We have a motion to adopt. the
Motion
report,
to adopt the report as written.
And we've got a second by Senator Kemp. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none, so the motion carries and passes unanimously. I think just like we do with standing committees pursuant to SR 217 that created this, we've got the motion, we have now passed that. So I think we've met all the formal requirements, and so I've given my comments, but I do want to finally thank the members of this committee one more time for your dedication. As I said, I thought it was so meaningful that everybody that is on this committee asked to be on it. I want to thank for the various speakers and presenters that informed us, that put us in the position to create this report, that hopefully is the collective wisdom of what you have given us and then the work of the report. I want to thank Senate Press, OPLA, and the staff. And I would be remiss if I didn't especially thank Kaylee Bell, who, when I came back and said, hey, do we have a problem with chronic absenteeism, she absolutely jumped on this issue with both feet, has gone to seminars, has studied this extensively. Austin, thank you for your services as general counsel to the Pro Tem's office, Austin Bryson, and everybody else that you see up here that have contributed to this project that enabled us to just take this vote and now have a report. So with that, if there are no final comments, can I have a motion to adjourn? Got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned. Thank you.